have a to-do list here. I kind of have been working on a chunk system, specifically tied with rendering. And over time I've been making it work, but building up like a to-do list of things that don't work right now. However, I didn't quite have an idea of how the system should look, but now I kind of do with this to-do list. So currently it builds chunks asynchronously on different threads, and when it doesn't have a chunk visible, the fog just goes to 0, which won't be the case forever. I just did that temporarily. Let's see how it would look. Yeah, and I can like place a tile, and then you can see if it's placed on a chunk boundary, which this is, then it doesn't rebuild the overflowing parts of that tile, so you have to rebuild that, which is one of these to-do list items. There we go. And there's also an assertion fail. Oh, this is a different to-do. This is the to-do with a memory model I have for collision that doesn't quite work. Alright, so of these items, I want to get the render done first before I move on to fixing everything else. Of these items, I'm thinking which one I can start with. Alright, first, you saw that when it doesn't have chunks loaded, it's just fully foggy and then it goes. Right? So like if I go really quickly, it fades the fog to none. I'm going to disable that because I'm going to draw the chunks still, but in an inefficient way, while they're not completely built. Right, the vertex count will be much higher, it'll be slower, and that'll just be like the placeholder render until we have a frame where it's completely built. So, built means converted into triangles, basically. Converted into triangles and like overlapping voxels don't intersect and stuff like that. So, disabling the fog. Let me full screen this. It's in the draw all entities function that I just have all this chunk building code right now. This is collecting the work. Fog render distance, this is capping it. It's loop to determine chunk fog render distance. I'll just comment that out. I can actually even keep these variables so that I won't really need them for long. In fact, am I gonna get rid of this entirely? Does it build right now? Alright, I'm gonna commit before getting rid of chunk fog. Though I was gonna completely rewrite the system anyway, so why do I even care about preserving it? I don't know. Sometimes you want to. It's so free to. Alright, so I'm gonna delete all this. Alright. Fog render distance. Just delete that. That would be completely rewritten. Alright. There. And so now that's gone. I accidentally just committed twice. Oops. That's alright. Yeah, so now fog is just consistent. You'll see chunks loading. And this is because I want to pre-draw the chunks now. can see another to-do list item showing up here, which is, well, it's exactly the same one. It's update chunks touching model bounding box. Because these tiles, there was no tile in this chunk, so it never decided to rebuild. So the grass just didn't decide to rebuild. However, let me place a player here, and then delete this guy, so that we respawn here. So the important thing here is I now have the bounding box of these guys. Let me, what? Now this is really weird. Whoa. Huh. Would you like to... I guess I deleted the end. Well, entity system needs a rewrite anyway, but this red outline, that's the bounding box of this, which I now compute when I load the model at startup. And that blue one is the actual collision box. Alright, so yeah, what likely happened there is my entity... Well, the weird thing is the entity reference should have invalidated and caused an assertion if it's what I thought it was. But yeah, I'm definitely going to tighten up, or untighten up. I'm going to simplify this entity system a lot, because I know I can simplify it. Yeah, it looks like there's a consistent thing here, which will be easy to fix. But in the system that I will make it, that won't even be a problem. But for now, there's something else on the to-do list. Just gotta take it one by one. So, pre-render empty chunks inefficiently. Is that what I was gonna do? So, right now, when we loop chunks to render them, I just check if chunk exists and the chunk is built, then do it. Now, this makes me think I kind of want to actually start with delete all chunks and just like get that working, because right now, like, a chunk is required to exist before it will decide to be rebuilt. It's a little bit weird. So, in delete all chunks, one easy thing to note will be that when I place a tile and I undo, what should have happened is, well, like, what's ideal is that it just undoes and like all the chunks that are affected rebuild. What should have happened was this tile stays, but it's not there in the memory anymore because the chunk wasn't marked to rebuild. However, you see, when you delete all chunks, you need to not ask for rebuild if this is how it has to exist. Which is how it should exist. It should not mark chunks for rebuild if you decided to delete all. Okay, so this is just a temporary global right now, but yeah. Alright, so now I undo, and it just deleted all chunks, because apparently when I undo I call delete all chunks. But nothing asks it to rebuild. It's just there. But if I were to like move an entity, then it would ask to rebuild. If I can't find the guy that I had. But no chunk exists. Well, if I place a guy, it'll do it. right, and asks that chunk to rebuild. I'm still considering exactly how I want that to go, but I'm thinking it would be nice if the render can just like detect which chunks nearby I want to rebuild, and some way of querying instead of being told. But I'm not sure. Now, some chunks are empty, that's okay. So currently a chunk is required to kind of exist before we check to render it. So this is just thinking about how the system itself should work. So delete all chunks gets rid of all chunks. Done. That was the easiest one. Don't require a chunk to be present to rebuild it after deleting all chunks. So one thing we could do is set a flag that all chunks were deleted. I mean, this is me going from my local minimum. It's not how the system should work at all, but I need to start somewhere and kind of cross a hump and get into a better system. Don't require a chunk to be present to rebuild it after deleting all chunks. So this could, like, the flag could be set in the delete all chunks system, and then in draw all entities when it's iterating, it's like submit them to threads. It'll check that flag, and then if so, it will say, hey, the chunk doesn't need to exist, build the chunk, you know? This might result in all chunks just being checked no matter what. If your render distance is 8 chunks, that means 16 diameter times 16 diameter times 16 diameter. It's quite a few chunks. But it's not actually that bad because, what is it, a V3? Actually quite a bit of data. Although, is that really necessary? I think I realized I could just afford to be a bit of a memory hog there. Let's see. Bool, pointer. So mostly the tile GPU data, which itself, like, this doesn't need to be allocated. Like, the memory doesn't need to be directly inside, it could just be a pointer. Then we allocate it when it's needed, like when the chunk is not empty, because there will be a lot of empty chunks. This way, chunks... Well, alright, what does that do? I don't really need the chunk itself to exist to have was marked for rebuild and whatnot. That can happen, like, dynamically as things actually get added. It's just, this is kind of being a visionary for how the system should work, and this is kind of, what I have to do is ignore a lot of things that just shouldn't exist. Right, because I very quickly just schwumped the system down. Alright. Again, these are the things we want to do. Delete all chunks. It literally just gets rid of them. So how should the system work? I'm gonna load up a level and dance around while I think about this. Alright, so currently the system kind of works by, like, when an entity that would require a chunk rebuild, such as a tile, well, that's actually the only one, it's a voxel model tile. When that moves within a chunk, it deletes the chunk, or no, it marks it for rebuild, which will delete it and then replace it. When a chunk is marked for rebuild, it gets deleted, but then we replace it. New chunk equals get chunk, and get chunk surely be like get or create chunk. Alright, there we go. And get or create chunk if exists was an accident. That should just be get chunk if exists. Alright. So if we didn't get or create chunk after asking for the rebuild, then it will literally just get rid of it and it won't rebuild. Now I want to double check exactly why it rebuilds when we get it and it's empty. Alright, so that makes it so it doesn't even build the level. Now submit unbuilt ones. If chunk and if not chunk built. There we go. Not chunk built. Now if chunk is what fails when we delete all chunks, we could literally just have all chunks exist. What is the size of the chunk structure? I just want to see that. 3048 bytes. Just currently. It doesn't need to work like that. That's implicit in all of this. Which is 12 megabytes. 12 megabytes for it, like an 8 by 8 by 8, or 16 by 16 by 16 render distance. You don't technically need to be that memory hoggy unless the level actually takes up that much. Which in like the case that I'm considering is that you have like a cathedral and it's very tall, and like that takes up quite a bit of space, but all the air around it is empty. All the chunks around it are empty. Alright, so if the chunk doesn't exist, which is currently the case, that's alright. Alright, I might go back on this, but maybe we just get chunk regardless, and it will literally just create the chunk. And what's the chunk arena? It's literally 16 megabytes. I could allocate a little bit more. And now get or create chunk. And now we want to kind of allocate and chunk GPU data. Right, and so now this is probably gonna be I could also make chunk GPU data, like chunk GPU data, because I want a next pointer to kind of have this linked list going. And then I could use data. And it could be as too. It's really just the same thing, but I wanted to add a member to it. Alright. Tile GPU data. Alright. So this is gonna be itself a pointer. It'll be allocated, and so now when I have a get or create chunk, it might not have tile GPU data at all. So how does that work? Where's the first assertion fail? There we go. Tile GPU data equals that. I could... Alright. So this chunk already exists. We don't know if it has data in it. It was marked for rebuild. And so it was submitted to a thread. Did it have the chunk GPU data? I think the easiest thing to do will be to assert. And then once it fails, I'll know exactly. And for now, I'll do a pointer dereference, and maybe that won't work. Data is that. Alright, this is taking a pointer. It doesn't even need that now. It'll automatically downcast because of the as that I put there, the as directive. I don't really care about the nexts until it gets freed. This is the model, it chooses to draw it. Alright, there will probably be a dereference, a null dereference. Argument 1 going automatic dereference, fancy. So it's asking to rebuild a chunk that doesn't have a tile GPU data, and it's trying to use that in places. And in fact, this is actually doing the automatic dereference, I think right here. Maybe because this doesn't take itself a pointer, or maybe it's the downcast, but either way, it shouldn't be null to begin with. When the chunk is get or created, well, that doesn't really matter. But when the chunk is deleted, we can check if it exists. Alright, delete. If not at all. Or like free. And then when I submit them and there are tiles, I want to allocate that. So it'll be simple, it's here to just check if this is a valid pointer. So it'll delete the data and then it'll free this thing itself. So delete tile GPU model data, just double checking. Yeah, just as the GL objects. So this itself, I'm going to look at the first free. And I'll just insert it in place there. Alright, and I'll put a placeholder value so that it is obvious what happened here. Though it shouldn't ever happen. It should be just deleted. If I still have this object, that'll be weird. Alright. Render 1567. Alright, now it has a different error. So the chunk was not built. Now it's dereferencing these. It's dereferencing other chunks' tile GPU data. You see, what this wants to check is whether it is built at all and non-empty. Because if I check the built thing, that checks whether it was empty or not but this wants to check if it had reason to make an OpenGL object because there's actual data. So the simplest low resistance thing, which isn't necessarily the best, is to just check if the thing was allocated at all. This how GPU data has a pointer, because that currently is the indicator now. I don't think that's amazing, but yeah. Alright, now we found we can get into a rebuild state where the tau GPU data is null. Technically it was never allocated in the first place. Like, it's not asked to exist yet. So this will just need to allocate from that linked free list whenever it does. So this is where it's finished building. This is where like we recollect the work for building. So I'm thinking right here. So if it's already, if we like place a tile and the chunk rebuilds, then what's going to happen is it's already going to have a tile GPU data allocated, and in that case it doesn't need to worry. So we probably want to delete the old tile GPU data, right? Or did I already delete the chunk before I decided to do that? What is this? Wait, what is going on here? Oh, this is doing the OpenGL upload. I see. Yeah, I'm doing the upload from the main thread. Just for now, until it seems like a bottleneck, which it might never be. Otherwise I would need to make like a shared context, which I actually put a brief amount of time into, but it didn't work, though I think I know why now, in hindsight. And being built in thread already. So is there a case where tile GPU data can be non-null if we place a tile in the same chunk? It will try to rebuild that, but when it rebuilds, it actually deletes right now. Which maybe it need not. And for now, I'm going to assert that it's null. For now, I think rebuilding, I think building only happens on deleted chunks. Alright. And then I'm just gonna put this stuff here. So like, if this is not equal to null, then we can reuse this. And set that to its next. Otherwise we can push in the chunk arena. Yeah, and if it fails to push, then we'll assert false and we'll make a system that works with that. Probably someday I ought to like lower the memory constraints a ton and then see where it crashes and make all the systems work that way. Because I don't really want to, do it so early before I know how the system works. Alright, so this will be chunk arena. I think I have like a bunch of arenas here. So in the chunk arena, this is passed into the function. It should be as simple as saying I want to check a chunk GPU data and initialize memory is true. Alright. Rather simple. Chunk built equals true. Let's see, yeah, okay. What, 1038? No, 1838, I misread that. I ought to switch over fonts. This is hard to read. Alright, tile GPU data equals that. This should be a chunk GPU data. And next will be next free. That's all it's used for, is free. And the next pointer needs to be another chunk GPU data. It's working. Alright. So, does it have chunks up here? No. Because currently we don't get or create those chunks. So, chunks marked for rebuild. Yeah. And then I could literally spin through all the chunks and delete and set them to false. Or I could just free them and there will be lots of ways to do it. Probably just gotta do it and then see how bad it is, and then that'll help me understand the system. I don't mind rebuilding all on undo asynchronously because like the actual game chunks don't change, they're static. It's just for the editor that it's nice for them to rebuild like that. And undo should like cause that crash earlier. Yeah. While being built, the chunk was freed or never existed. Alright, good. Looks good. It's falling into understandable holes. So, again, it's thinking about chunk building. There are only a few things that can happen. One is a level is loaded in the game, and the player is just playing and moving around, and they get built, and they stay like that forever. They don't need to rebuild, right? That's gameplay. The other is in the editor, where you're changing tiles, and they do need to rebuild. Currently, most of that is handled except for undoing and loading levels, where they kind of don't know that they need to rebuild. Now here, this is a different to-do item, which is just rebuilding. Yeah, that's something to fix later. Also, this fog. The reason I have such a close render distance is because I think it's useful to see them build like this. And because I don't want to currently work on the super long render distance chunk building, because that'll require more threads and work it's a bit more for production stuff. This is what runs at 60 FPS on my laptop though, which is pretty good. Old laptop. Alright, so delete old. Let me write that down because it's quite useful to know why they get rebuilt. In game, 1 and done. Nearby, 1 and done. In editor, on change, and on localized change, on global change, undo. Currently undo is literally just replacing the memory. So that's why it's global, or why I classify it as global. You only really need the system to work like it. You undo and then it rebuilds all the ones nearby. So that would be its own event, kind of like a global flag, which is just, I guess you could have maybe like a generation index, and then each chunk, like when it doesn't match the generation index, which is incremented by the global change, then it's rebuilt. And it does that on a local scale. And so it'll rebuild as you go towards them and stuff. Or as they come into render distance, I mean to say. And around an apron of the render distance as well. Alright, that sounds good. And then localized change, that's just like the set entity position function. You know, just like whenever an entity changes its position, it's good. It's ready to rebuild. One thing is, when you like drag a tile around, it's like constantly changing, but we can only do like one rebuild at a time. That's okay. It's just we want to invalidate the work if that's the case. Or we want to cancel the work. Invalidating will probably be easier. It'll probably be simpler to do it that way. I'm just guessing. Alright. So these are not final solutions, these are things to try and then to weigh. Because if I want to do a good job, my current ideas are that, like, I don't know how to do a good job, but I will know how to do a good job once I try a bunch of things. You know, do something for 100 hours before you ask questions is my current philosophy. That might be a way to waste time, but I don't know. That's what I'm trying. The thing is, I don't want to presuppose that I know too much, because I think people make bad decisions that way. So, generation index. Alright. That sounds better than iterating through all of them and saying they're not built. And this will work nicely with pre-rendering inefficiently for like dragging things around in the editor. Where it really is just an editor thing. The main thing about rendering inefficiently is I do think that might, on chunk boundaries, or maybe not at all, but it might cause like some Z fighting and stuff like that. The main reason is when you have these voxels, one of the reasons I'm doing chunk building is because I want these voxel models to be able to intersect and not have like two voxels in one place. Right, so the whole chunk is like a 2 million voxel grid. It's 128 by 128 by 128. And I'm slicing these things as needed and whatnot. For example, in the voxel editor I can just like, I like this track by the way. I have the RuneScape song going. Alright, there we go. So there's Z fighting here. One thing that happens in the chunk pre-process is I can like cut these. So now there's no more Z fighting, this became 2 guys. That works both directions. We can cut this guy by that. And now this became 3 guys. Oh no, 2 guys. Yeah. Right, I can do that again. It's satisfying. Yeah, so that happens. And that happens on a big scale with grass. And there's a whole algorithm. And each chunk is like 200,000 vertices. The high detail chunks at least. We'll probably have lower detail chunks at distance. Well, we definitely have low detail chunks, though I took them out of the game temporarily while I work on this building system. The low detail are just like rendered billboards of this, orthographic billboards. Nice, alright, so I like the generation index idea. Localized change already exists, so doesn't that work? Well, there's the idea that chunks need to exist right now. You can see when I go up, like, there's no chunks up here. There's only chunks where there are tiles. Maybe that need not be the case now. It won't be too memory hungry. Right, how many chunks is a 16 by 16 by 16 render distance? 4096? What is the size of the structure? Of the chunked structure? Kahunk. Like after making it into a pointer with memory and whatnot. 48 kahunk, 48 bytes. So in one large render distance that you'll have on like a good gaming PC, you'll use that much memory. How much is that? That's in bytes, so it's 200 kilobytes. Yeah, I can memory hog that easily. Right, let me just make sure. There you go, 195 kilobytes, 0.2 megabytes. Easy. Those are empty chunks. The used ones will use just as much as before. And that's fair. They should use just as much as they need. So, that means get or create chunk. Not get if exists. Receive built from threads. If it was built and it doesn't exist, I kind of want to assert it's not null. Like, we built a chunk, but it didn't exist. Oh, there it is. Invalidate the work. Why would we invalidate the work? We were talking about that earlier. I'm just really curious what context I was talking about that with. Because I think this is exactly it. Maybe. If we wanted to invalidate the work. Oh, if we're dragging a tile, that was it. If we're dragging a tile. Like, yeah, we would probably delete it because we want to do the fast and efficient render, or render nothing at all. I don't really want the laggy render where we're building it, so we're drawing the old version of it. Would rather just do the inefficient one. But otherwise I probably would do I wouldn't nullify it like this. So, yeah, we want to invalidate the work. Yeah, okay. Chunk equals null. Just because it's a shorter if case, I want to put that there. Chunk was invalidated during building. Also, I noticed about the comments in this editor that I like the look of having gray comments, but they don't actually help me. They're just like a pretty third color. Like, that's variety. So that makes me think if I write my own editor someday, I want to not necessarily like do highlighting and stuff because I don't find it too useful. Unless I find a way to make it useful. But more so I want to like make the editor feel nice to use. Like maybe when I type text I want it to I want like the text to like ooze in like some kind of goo. And that'll be satisfying probably. I don't know. Alright, chunk was invalidated during building, so we want to invalidate this work. Is there anything to do? Chunk and being built is false. Well, chunk is null, so you're good there. But we want this thread to say it's done. Chunk builder.state equals idle. I don't think that should... No, that's not an issue, because we only have single producer, so this will only get read later when work is submitted. So we don't need to work to collect this work really quickly. Chunk GPU thread, chunk builder thread. We set its state. The arena doesn't need to be freed, and it's freed on submission. And the output, it shouldn't be anything we need to free. The dynamic array... Oh yeah, by the way, this is an issue. I need to say to do... this... Nature of multiple threads, entity pointers will be stale. I don't know what people mean by stale, but like this is old. The entity pointers will be old and invalid. May become old and valid during thread execution. Should sanitize. Abstract to this input. Just a list of positions and models. There we go, okay. Just a to-do for not having entity pointers on a different thread. who knows how long that thread will take, and entities might be modified during that, and it'll be ugly. Like, they might be deleted and stuff. But the array is allocated on its own arena, which is good. Thread arena. Thread arena we don't need to worry about. So, invalidating the work is literally just not using it, because there's no OpenGL objects, like we're literally making them here and updating. So that's okay. I want to have a debug log level for chunk. That should be good. And so chunk invalidated during building. And that's literally the comment, so I can delete the comment. A lot of cases where I can write code that self-documents, like next to a comment that would do the same thing, I just write the code. Like, I'll do longer variable names and stuff. Alright, so this is a debug log.chunk. There we go, and I can give a position too. Chunk at that position was invalidated. And varargs goes at the end here. That's just how it works. I don't mind it. It's a little bit weird. Just the way I chose to do it. So what were those logs I just saw? I want to delete the 48 kahunk. That was making chunks, that's normal. Alright, I deleted the 48 kahunk. Okay. So now I want to get or create chunk. I notice when the things are asked to rebuild, they do it right there. Makes sense, I guess. It need not be like that anymore because of how I'm doing it. So yeah, let's try that. Maybe the system should work that if you don't have a chunk, it'll rebuild it nearby. Alright, and then we'll use the generational index and we'll use the rebuild. Yeah. So like when you move an entity, it'll literally just mark it for rebuild, which is a deferred deletion. Then, later, it will look for nearby chunks that are deleted, and it will rebuild those. That's one way the system works. Another will be the generational index thing, which will be a global thing, which will be like, hey, we just changed the whole level, nothing is valid. Well, to be honest, I don't think we need, like, delete all chunks. I don't know if I want to, like, keep the chunks alive, you know? I don't think I want to keep chunks alive. We can just delete all of these. Do I get rid of these? Global chunks, global chunks. Is this spatially partitioned? It's a hash table. So kind of. Kind of. It's hashed spatially, we can say. Alright. So this is... It just goes through all the chunks. If it's not null, it goes through all the children. Calls delete. Oh shoot, doesn't delete also do this? Chunk dot, wait, delete should be less maybe? I'm not sure, let me check. So this gets the pointer for it, and it literally deletes it from the linked list. Fair. Now, well, the chunk is null. It already has the will go to, it saves that beforehand, so that's going to be the chunk.next. Saves that beforehand, deletes it, then it says chunk.next. But it's already kind of been deleted. And it already does the... it shouldn't be doing this here. It just shouldn't. Chunk next equals global first free. That should be in the delete chunk function. Like, this is trying to do the same work in two places, but like it's not doing it in the place it should. So like anything that calls this place is just straight up wrong and has to do global first free. So chunk equals will go to. Alright, so that's our iteration thing. And then this. Why does this get or create? That's wrong. It's like if we're deleting it and it doesn't exist, good. Work done. So get chunk if exists. Just if chunk pointer. Get if exists. Oh, get if exists returns that. Well, I want like get if exists raw, and then that'll work. And that'll give me a pointer to the pointer, like where it is in the array. So if chunk pointer exists at all, if we found any array elements, go inside. Chunk next equal to global first free. Alright, that's an easy last thing to do. I like this song. Did I say it on this exact song last time? Classic. Okay, get chunk if exists raw. Get chunk if exists raw. Most of this is the same. I'm literally just going to modify this function, then make a wrapper function that will just dereference it. And it's supposed to return null if it doesn't exist. I accidentally put a star there. It's supposed to return null, but it kind of won't. Like, this should be like scan maybe, and then well, scan is not null. If scan's equal, then result equals scan. Otherwise, I want it to be null when we exit. So result is already equal to null. And this one just calls the same function. I want this utility of just like being able to say, I don't care about the pointer to the pointer, I just want the actual guy, or the pointer to the guy. I feel like double pointers are a mistake. Or like, it feels like everyone gets confused when they have a pointer that points to a pointer that points to a pointer. Feels like when you have like this kind of situation, which I think is super rare because generally you avoid this. When you have that, it's like, does it even really help that the compiler? It does, but it's kind of just a situation that shouldn't exist, is having a pointer to a pointer to a pointer. It's probably necessary in some points, but maybe it can be avoided in a lot of cases. So, this might point to a null thing, or it just won't exist, so... That's alright. Like... pointer. I'll just call it a pointer. The thing is, this function, a raw version of this, shouldn't really exist. It's just I kind of want to say, if it does exist, give me that. I don't know, I probably need to stretch and then I'll get my brain working, but... Scan... How does get raw work when it does the next? Like it literally looks inside of... What do I even want here? Why delete a chunk? Get if exists raw. I was just doing get or create earlier. The thing is, it might not exist or it'll give you the full pointer. That's the case. Wherever the pointer is, I want to affect that, right? So I'm going to say scan equals pointer to scan. Is that it? This doesn't need game memory. Alright. If chunk pointer. Like may return null. And it's obvious it doesn't return null if it doesn't exist. Alright, that didn't work. It's null. It points to null. Well, scan is not null, that's not the case. Well, scan dereference is not null. Oh, this is feeling a bit yucky. I'm just not able to think about this. Like, what am I doing? Like, we have the hash table. We take the guy there. And then go through all of the elements. Well, its dereference is not null, because it will always be something. Well, its dereference is not null. Then if it's chunk p matches, otherwise set it to next, but we want the pointer to the next, and that's because I want to be able to change what it is. Kind of in a bit of a backwards way, change what it is. Alright. Did a chunk get deleted after submitting for rebuild? Well, in delete all chunks, I kind of want to have a debug log. There, so I can see that. It was called twice. And when is it submitted? Here it is submitted. Alright, I'm just adding some logging so I can see exactly what happens step by step. And I want the new one. Okay, so what happened? All chunks got deleted, and then chunks were marked for rebuild. Makes sense? And they were get or created. They were get or created, so what's happening here? Get chunk if exists, assert on null, it was null. Something that was added to the rebuild list was null. Well, if it's get or created, that should not happen, ever. Get chunk if exists. I'm thinking that I broke this function, because I don't like this. It's... Alright. If what scan points to dot chunk p is what we're looking for, Result is scan. We're giving the pointer to the pointer. Get if exists. So is that just the very first one? It should be then, if that's the case. It should be I step over this for the first time and it doesn't work. Dang. Oh. Alright, let me break the breakpoint and see exactly where it decided to break. -11, 1, -12. Alright, do we have that? -11, 1, -12, marked for rebuild. Right here, 4070. That was a new chunk. -11, 1, -12. There it is. It was marked for rebuild. It was not found, so now what I want to do is do a breakpoint. Specifically on that chunk. There. Alright, debug break. Okay, I stepped over it. Get chunk if exists. I am stepping over that by accident. My mind is lagging a little bit. Alright. It has the index, that's easy. That should work of all things. Now eventually... This is quite a deep list, isn't it? This is quite a deep index. Wow. I'm gonna have to improve that. That hash function. Whoa. Is everything on the same index? That is really deep. And they're all -12. That's their chunk B. Before they get to invalid, so of course it wouldn't find it here. That makes sense. The get or create, what did that do? Wait, did this do the same index call? Yeah, it did. Alright, same breakpoint. This is just chunk B. Alright, so this is creating that exact chunk. The index is 934, which it seems to always be. Also, -12, it shouldn't even... Oh no, it should. It should think about that. Alright. So it goes there. Did the break for me. Well, the result is not null. Looks like we found it. It was the second guy. So we pushed it. Reinitialized the memory. Oh, maybe when we're deleting a chunk, we're doing something dumb. But it shouldn't be deleting a chunk. Mm-hmm. Why are you still here? I guess that's how it chooses to break, but we can break another way as well. Alright, it was marked for rebuild. That worked perfectly. So now in delete chunk I wanna log that. Alright. I still have the debug break. Was it deleted? Oh boy. Oh. A lot of them were deleted. Not sure why. Oh, they were marked for rebuild. That makes sense. And I guess the deletion's just faulty because now our guy doesn't work. That makes sense. I can understand how that happens. Yeah, so delete chunk, decides to say chunk pointer dot which should be in here. Dot is dot next. So where the pointer is, well, it dereferenced it. So is it 1337? It's not. But I think chunk pointer dot is the same thing as chunk dot next. Next. I'm just gonna save this beforehand because it looks like we're writing that. Alright, global first free chunk is chunk. Looks good. It's different. Does it find it? It finds it. Nice, alright, so that was just because I wasn't saving the value. Okay. It doesn't work though. It in fact deleted every single chunk because they're marked for rebuild. Why even create it in the first place? I don't know. Oh, because I want to be able to query for the was marked for rebuild, I guess, maybe. Does that matter though? Well, like if it doesn't exist, we'll look at that later. Its set entity position was marked rebuild. Did we need to or create this? Alright, sounds good, yeah. I don't think we will need to. I'm kind of liking this direction a little bit. Though maybe it could be even better in future. So now, the chunks straight up don't exist. When we're rendering and we don't find a chunk, we're no longer going to say if chunk. We're just going to build the chunk. Like we're going to make it exist and say it's not built. So what this will do is with a big render distance, it will do like a ton of vertical chunks that we don't need, but that shouldn't be too big of a problem. Right. So if chunk, that's no longer on the table. Instead it's get or create. And at that point you would assert that this worked. for now I know that that section of code preceded this section of code. And should have made all chunks nearby valid. Alright, maybe we even comment that out. Or we say if chunk.built. Okay, that should work, right? This breakpoint. Yeah, good. So now I'm gonna delete that breakpoint. Oh boy. The build is true, but the tile GPU data is non-existent. That makes sense. In an empty chunk, which can now exist, which probably couldn't exist before, an empty chunk won't have that. Alright, check that it has that. For now, that's what we're doing, but that's not a problem. So now it's literally doing all the chunks. Like if I go up... No, it's not. It's not doing all the chunks. It's straight up just not. It's doing those lower ones. Kinda. Oh, it's skipping them. In the chunk outline render. You see the chunk outline render is right here. So I'm gonna actually move it over here. Valid for rendering. So valid for rendering, I just want to have a boolean for this so I can have common checks here. And I want to change the color based on that. If valid for rendering, then color equals that. Otherwise, if not, then probably like transparent. Bounding not found. Get or create. Oh, I did a search and replace and it did too much. That should just be get chunk bounding. And get chunk center in world. Bounding, we can move that up. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Looking snazzy. And so the chunk arena should be growing in size. Chunk arena 0.14 megabytes. If I go down, well, like I probably need to go really quickly, right? 0.15 now. 0.16 has 64 megabytes total. Yeah, so Lord forbid the person who follows through the world through some bug for 10 minutes and then they run out of memory. I'm probably gonna have to make the system work even if you run out of memory, which is alright. I think that's a to-do somewhere, is to really reduce the memory constraints of the game. Or increase the constraints, reduce the memory. And then try to get it to still run. Even if it's like, causes visual artifacts and stuff, because things can't work. Oh yeah, also, the memory kind of isn't a valid model right now because I'm allocating like 3 gigabytes for each thread. Yeah, the game running. Still using less than Java. A Java program that's doing nothing. And yeah, the threads aren't using all their memory, so it's not mapping in. Or however that works. Looking good. Now, when I like reload a level, I want to like invalidate all the chunks. So it's deleting all the chunks. It looks like it literally just worked. Awesome. Really cool. Building chunks right now. I only have 2 threads for chunk building. I could make that more. It's just because on my laptop, like I could have a chunk builder thread count, and then currently I just do this in build configurations. Laptop could have 2 threads. PC could have 8 threads. Alright, I can probably remove some of those logs because, well, like, it shouldn't take that long to log. I should make the logging system better. It's doing some really dumb things right now. I want to load Fort Barbary. Marked for rebuild, that's what those messages were. Alright, so this currently should have 8 threads. Yeah. Do the 0k vertices go quickly? If not, I assume the bottleneck there would be OpenGL upload. Looks like they're quite fast. Yeah, they're like immediate. Yeah, I don't think OpenGL upload would be an issue on this computer. I wonder if it is on a laptop. Yeah, so the next issue. This is pretty productive. I'm probably going to commit this. The next issue was the chunks not building based on touching of the visual bounding blocks. Also ignore these world holes. These are, I literally don't have dirt modeled right now. I just have grass and stone vines. So that's grass. Stone vines, these are the only models. So any tile that it doesn't have a model, for example dirt or stone or wood or snow, they just don't show up. So that explains why I'm walking on air. This would be wood. Oh yeah, this looks pretty pretty. We can even like far camera this, and then we can see like the frustum culling. It works on a chunk basis. Okay, so now what? The to-do lists. I'm going to first look at what I'm going to commit. I think svn diff works like git show. I used to have a git repository, but this is so nice for multiple devices. SVN is like built to be the way I want it to be. Even though you can like still host a git repository, I just like synchronization of SVN. Okay, so that's easy. Some to-dos. Did we need to get or create if we're gonna delete it in the rebuild anyway? Get out. Get out of here. So if new chunk and not marked for rebuild. This is get chunk if exists. it should really exist no matter what, but hey, if something happens during the frame and it gets deleted, that's not a problem. Not at all. So do we even need deferred deletions then, or can we just delete this in place if we're supporting that? For now, I'll just assert not null. But it should be good. Well, like, the new one won't assert. This could be any position, any new chunk. Maybe a chunk was currently building here when the guy was moved, so I think I'll be able to trigger that assertion very quickly. 439, get if exists doesn't need game memory. 466, get if exists doesn't need that. I'm literally making a chunk so I can delete it. Okay. So, boop. And then dragging this should cause that assertion. It doesn't, but... it's no longer marked for rebuild when I drag it. It must already be saying it's rebuilding. Maybe it's an issue with the fact I have entity pointers. I want to get that resolved. Okay. Don't require a chunk to be present to rebuild it after deleting all chunks. Done. Next I want to add in the new thing, which is don't depend on entity pointers. Instead abstract sanitize data. Which are volatile across threads. Abstract sanitize data. When submitting thread work. Okay. Yeah, so I assume a thread is stuck here for some reason. I don't know why. So you know what would be nice? I would like to have a kind of thread overview. Like a new thing in the debug palette. Which is debug thread overview. Chunk builder thread overview. And I might want a custom UI for this, but for now I'll do something very simple with my current system. Debug fun pack, what is entity spatial partition drawing. I'll just put this nearby, because this looks like where we have everything. What is it? Talking entity UI. It's near the debug palette that I did a lot of things. There we go. Alright. So I can just do a UI right here. It can be top left, so that position. And push text. So this is 4 threads. And I can print the thread. Dereference. Oh. Is there that much data? like the text is infinitely small, I guess. $189 render elements. I guess the text is long. Alright. Thread that which is idle. I want to print the state. Then I want to print the memory usage. Which is bytes to kilobytes. Is it size or used? It's size and max size. And work and output, that's... I could say work.chunkb. Work has chunk p that. Thread.arena. Right. Call the function twice. Alright, lots of threads. I'll reduce the number of threads. Just for now, because I don't want to make a custom UI for this. Alright. How do you use more kilobytes than you're allowed? What is that? Oh, that's decimal. I want to round that. Yeah, now that looks reasonable. Very cool. Yeah, I want to make a custom UI and it'll be even more fun. Fun stuff. Yeah, alright. All the threads are idle. I imagine the chunk is probably still marked for rebuild. Chunk marked for rebuild. You see, if it's already marked for rebuild, then it's not gonna be good. So if it is marked for rebuild once, it should be on a code path that works. Could be falsified here. Oh, but it gets deleted, so it shouldn't matter. Huh. If it's deleted, it should be gone. When work is collected, it should be revalidated. Where is it validated? Get chunk if exists. Get or create is where it gets revalidated here. And then it's submitted for the queue. So what I want to check now is... I don't want to call for it to be deleted if it's doing work. If it's already doing work, I'm going to invalidate the work later. Alright, I'm learning more about this, but... Alright, so it was marked for rebuild, but there's a case where it is being built in a thread. In which case we kind of want to drop the work. If chunk is null, then we drop the work. Sounds good. So was the chunk invalidated during building? It wasn't. It was deleted. Then I guess it was recreated. Then it was marked for deletion again. I want to make the dev console more readable in this view. It's only ever deleted once. Because it's only marked for rebuild once, but it shouldn't exist. Okay, so it stops existing. Shouldn't it be spinning right now? I think it should be doing a cyclical deletion because it's constantly recreating it with the new system. Oh, now it's doing it. Huh. Was that a compiler bug? It just changed when I did that. Or was I just not compiling? That would make sense if it just wasn't compiling. Alright. That looks like what I want. And then like, yeah, so if you change the position, it still takes in the work. It's constantly marking for rebuild, deleting. Asserting old chunk is not null. Because it would have been recreated last frame, that makes sense. Yeah, constantly marking for rebuild sounds good. Because I guess it's making an empty... Oh. If a guy is being built in a thread, I don't want to delete it. Because what's gonna happen if a guy is being built in a thread? Like, that's okay, as is, but then you receive the work, and I guess we invalidate the work. But it was marked for rebuild. It might submit multiple threads to work. So that itself is not okay. The good thing is it deduplicates that. Alright. Global chunks marked. So when it receives this, checks if it's null, it invalidates it. What I want to see is the submission. I might just be lucky it's picking the first thread. It might otherwise do work. If chunk and being built already is all it has to go off of. This should like never be true actually, because we're deleting it. Well, like it creates it here. A little bit yucky. Shouldn't fall into these problems. Once I force some things with the control flow to work, it's probably okay. So this doesn't build it for the thread. This, the submission system, is the thing that says and being built is true. So let's just respect that and not delete threads. Not delete chunks. Okay. Node fails if it's true. Or maybe I'll do an assertion and then require the caller to not call that. Oh look, if not and being built. Alright, well it looks like I was already thinking in that direction. So I just want to do a quick assertion here that they're never being built in thread already. Okay. This should be alright then. I was kind of optimizing for something that's not even a problem, I think. But I am understanding the system better. Which is really good. This is beautiful. I like this. Okay. When's main thread work? Don't depend. Oh, alright. So the global change. I delete all chunks. And those automatically rebuild now. Which is pretty sick. Right? Don't they? It checks nearby and it says if built is false, which is true for new chunks. It does that. So it should be I can load levels and undo just fine. Maybe undo has its own problem. Right. Oh yeah, also I'm gonna build chunks outwards from current chunk in order. So it feels better. It won't be as obvious when we pre-render empty chunks, but it'll be good to get the close ones good looking first. There's still that on chunk boundaries thing. Map loaded just fine, but if I undo, that's awesome. Alright, so just the other systems have to work well, like rebuilding nearby first and doing a quick preview. It's really cool. Alright. kind of landmark that. Nice. Alright. Huh, and it's only 11 right now. So, getting a lot of work done. Get a stretch, and then probably this is the next one to work on. I need to look at what the algorithm needs from me. I want to do this. This will be good. I want this just like it's basically everything I need. But like this stuff maybe affects the way that'll work, so yeah. This is kind of like a last polish thing. I'll do this one. Alright, this will be easy. Once the main thread work, don't depend on any pointers which are volatile across threads. Instead, abstract/sanitize data that will be static. So, here's where the data is collected. It returns. There's a list of entity pointers in the builder's arena. So the entity pointers themselves aren't volatile, but the data they point to is volatile. So it's still called test thread work. Chunk builder thread work. Maybe that's what it should be called. Alright, and it loops through the tiles, and anything it gets from the tile is something I need to save. Model. And position. And terrain tile offset. Maybe. Don't really need it, but might someday. Because it might be good for optimization. Alright. I don't know if I can optimize on that. I tried it a while ago. It's mostly just about the bottom of the world. Not drawing the bottom of these tiles. But really, like, you still want the bottom of these guys, so how do you know what parts to call, what's in the world and what's out? Currently, I don't have a way of telling that. But that would cut vertex count a bit. There'll probably be something someday, but not right now. So, chunk thread work does not want to be a dynamic array of entities. It wants to be an array of work entities. which I think was a model pointer, and a position. There we go. Looks good. The work has the, it wants a voxel model, yeah. So I won't need to get definition. I won't need the definitions at all. Won't need the generic entity pointer. Voxel model group. This is the high detail model. I don't know if I'm gonna have a medium detail. It might just go straight to low detail. I don't like the look of medium, and I don't know if I can make it look good. Yeah, that might be a thing I'd get rid of. It's just level of detail from the artist, right? Because right now you can model high and low, or high and medium. You used to be able to model low, but now low is a pre-rendered billboard. The issue with this is you can see the contrast changes. Like you have a lot more shadows, a lot more brightness, like the noisiness, I guess, the smoothness changes. And like that's not good. Which is why rendering to a texture looks better. So tiles. Tiles is just tile.work. There we go. That's the model. And then tile P still works. Is terrain tile not needed? Alright, so that should be all of the sanitization needed. Now I just need to submit that to the thread. Okay, this can be context scratchery now, because we're going to throw away all this at the end of the frame. Now I want to make work entities, which will be an array on the thread arena. Chosen builder.arena. I just read up. It'll be right here. And I want like tiles.count work entities. I'm gonna presume work entity comes first there. And copy over the data. Alright, so dest P is tiles P. And I was getting the definition earlier. Of the tile. Man, I really want to play RuneScape. It's been a bit. It's mostly just the music. Get entity tile. And so this has dot model, dot high detail, or dot voxel model group dot high detail. This is no longer for old chunk rendering system. This is for single instance rendering. Model is pre-baked into triangles. I will probably use this in editor, or editor uses this, and I will use it for inefficient unfinished chunk rendering. Alright, voxel model group. And take the pointer. There we go. Love it. Tiles is work entities. Work tiles. Oops. I keep accidentally rebuilding. Or recommitting. Alright, and see get definition wants game definitions. Which I have. What is this error? Incompatible structs. Tiles is work tiles. Wants work entity. Well, work tiles is an array of work entity. Oh. It should be of wherever it's defined. Chunk thread work. There we go. That was just for reference. How about it? I honestly have no idea what I'm looking for. What did I just do? Oh, this is non-tangible. It is the threading issue, which we solved. Alright. Multi-thread bug, like fixed issue with thread. Using data for there we go. Very non-committal data. Non-loyal. Alright, pre-render inefficiently. Update chunks touching model bounding box. Calculate visual bounding box. And build chunks outwards from current chunk. That's the last polished thing. This is... oh yeah, also we can get rid of this. That seems good. Nice. Update chunks touching model bounding box. I want to do this one. This one, I kind of need to like make a new for loop. I need a new for loop. That makes me want to do it less. If I do it on chunk build time, then it's not going to work for the pre-render inefficiently. So things will be clipping in and out until they're actually built, so I don't want that. I want it to be built in its own system. Or its own for loop. Yeah. That'll need to slot itself into our systems. It's maybe the most productive thing I can do actually, because that really tests the systems. But I really want to just work within these systems because it's more gratifying and just do this one, which is just easier. Calculate visual bounding box. I can imagine how the algorithm works individually, but where do we put the algorithm? For frustum culling, well, like, I could just say if bounding box not built, then do it, and then it'll be anywhere. Issue is when a chunk gets rebuilt, I want to reset that. And I don't really want to have to reset that. I want the system to be tied. Well, it could be right here, where the tiles are grabbed. Like it won't be built yet, but the bounding box will be built. Alright, let's do it. This is a big test of whether the system can accommodate this. Right, so it's technically more productive even though I don't want to do it. So I want to do like some kind of union, chunk GPU. Not necessarily a union, but just like a box. I want to take the smallest of the smallest positions and the biggest of the biggest. Bounding box. This is an axis aligned box, an AA box. Calculated when the chunk is submitted to the thread. Added bonus is that it's like we already have the entities here. We just need to iterate over them. Bounding box is literally nothing if there's no tiles. Yeah, alright. Chunk.bounding box. You can still have like the world space center, but it just won't have any size. I don't know, I just figure maybe it would be nicer if it was like that. Alright, how about it? So now chunk bounding box needs to be kind of unionized. I want to like have the min position, the max position right there. Chunk min. This will be V3 max. I think I have a max and a min. I want a min. Negative V3 max. And this code itself here. V3 biggest and smallest. Yeah, let's do it. V3 max, anytime it's negative, I'm gonna paste that with V3. But like, the smallest possible, that's bad. No, that has the same problem. I need better words instead of biggest and smallest. I want like this, the most in the negative direction, not the closest to 0. But I don't know how to word that, so I just say negative max. Alright, I want to do like a union of this. In fact, I already did this code in the generate tile GPU model. Result. Yeah, it loops over all these and it just checks all these. So I want tile min, which is like A box. Get min position of tile box. What is the tile box? Well, I need to get the model. It's inside the tile GPU data. Entity model tile dot high detail dot bounding box. Okay, so now I want to get the definition of the tile. Its model high detail bounding box. Now tile min is just the minimum of that bounding box. You can take the max. Now anywhere that says min is actually tile min. And tile max. And this is no longer model underscore. It's chunk underscore. So that should work. There ought to be some tile. It should be in C model tile. It'll still have a model, even if it's not. Like the bounding box will just be 0, 0, 0. I also want to add the tile position to the bounding box. That's good. Now tile min, tile max, that'll get it. It'll set the chunk min and max, and then the chunk bounding box will be a box make from min max. Like that. So now I can actually draw the bounding box. If I wanted to, I could draw outline box. If not bounding, but rather chunk dot bounding box. I keep committing. I don't know if there's an easy way to rebase. I don't think there is. Maybe not in SVN. In Git, definitely there is. Okay, game definitions. Just needs that to work. Wanted v3, that's not a v3. That's definitely an A box. Alright. What am I looking for? Oh, draw chunk outlines. It should... Yeah, it's like perfectly on tune. Or is it? Especially there's like some here for some reason. It's like not really. If I do spatial partition drawing, you can see what it's unioning with. Oh, did I do a plus equals where I shouldn't have? It should be a copy. A load Fort Barberry. I'll turn off spatial partition drawing. And if I find like a castle, oh there we go, look. That's perfect. That's a really big AA box right there. It looks like a big AA box, but really it looks like not, maybe. It looks like it's working. It's just confusing on the ground. But there it is. What about this blue guy that's so tall? Or maybe he's not tall. Huh, but I see him being weird. Oh no, the blue guy ends right here, so that makes sense his tallest is that. You see now if I place a tile, there's a blue guy surrounding this. But it's weird that they're like intersecting like that. It makes sense. Wait, why am I doing this? Why am I frustum calling that? Okay, one thing I want to mention is that when you have a grass tile on a chunk boundary, let me draw a tile size. When you have a grass tile on a chunk boundary, these overflowing voxels that are outside of this tile size that I'm toggling on and off, you see there's a black outline. These voxels are not placed into the chunk that this guy's in. Instead, they're placed into the adjacent chunk. So why I need an actual chunk bounding box, I have no idea. Why I think I need that. maybe if you don't take up the whole chunk you can be more efficient, but like that's not what I was thinking. I was thinking wrongly. The system accommodates for this. It's actually pretty elegant. I just need to solve the problem, the other problem, which is update chunks touching metal bounding box. Right, I don't need an actual chunk bounding box, but I can have one. You might as well. If it works, if it's not stupidly complicated. The thing is, one thing I noticed is it grows weirdly. Like, when you're touching a tile, you go all the way to the minimum of that tile. That's not how it works, you know? It's only inside of the chunk. So like it can't be... It's like when I do this union, I don't want v3 max. I want a box get min of the chunk bounding. So it doesn't go... I don't want it to go less than that. Right, if it goes less than that, then it failed. Right, so that's not actually what I want. And if this makes it more complicated, why have it? Well, like, maybe you frustum call slightly more chunks, right? Maybe? And maybe that makes it faster on my laptop. The thing is, you actually really will. Yeah, it will. The only thing I'm trying to talk myself out of doing is like 6 more if statements. That's it. So let me just do that. If this gets complicated, I'll remove it. That's a promise. But it doesn't seem that complicated. Okay, bounding min. Is a box get min bounding. Right, that's the chunk bounding which is computed earlier. Right, then bounding max. It's like that. And so anywhere it said tile, I'll do bounding. Anywhere it said chunk, I'll keep a chunk. Okay. I need to document this, that's the only issue, I guess. Alright, so chunk GPU needs to document this. Okay, when... Usually this... We just use the bounding box of the chunk. Full bounding box of the chunk coordinates. Frustum calling, it makes sense to only have the drawn, to only have the occupied regions. For frustum calling, it makes sense to only have the occupied regions take up space. The thing that this complicates actually, or like it'll always complicate something, it's complexity. What if I want tile variations? Like a tile has like 5 model types and that's chosen inside of the chunk builder algorithm. Well, then the chunk builder algorithm will probably compute the bounding box. Or maybe there will be a common way because we want the fast rendering outside of the chunk builder, the inefficient version. Okay. So I can delete the system. I have to promise that I will delete it if it's bad. Or that I'll work around it if it's good. Which is very hard to tell. Extra padding's a bit ugly. Extra padding is just based on visual size. That'll be like get visual entities in region then, and that won't need padding. That'll use the visual hitbox size, not the actual. So we try only fits the drawn region. Sudo may remove this in future if it exemplifies too much complexity for little gain. Right. Now, shrink wrap a bounty box around entities. Okay. Frustum culling. Don't need with padding. Wait, we grow a bit because low level of detail. Well, we're gonna redo low level of detail, so it's not an issue. Visual shrink wrapped bounding. I'm gonna call it a shrink wrapped bounding box. Okay. Shrink wrapped bounding. Where are view pyramid points? Did I delete that? No, that's from earlier. Chunk points, sorry. Okay. So frustum culling can be more tight now. If I like put myself a bit higher. Oops. That's a bit weird. It shouldn't do that. Well, I kinda gotta not stand on a tile to do this. It's okay, I have an item. Let me delete these. Well, that didn't work. Shrink wrapped bounding box. Need not grow. And that's not bounding. That should be chunk.shrink wrapped. Alright. What is that? What is going on? Am I really going that high? Yeah, I am. It shouldn't find that colliding. It does it here. For chunk points. That's odd. Oh, wait, if bounding min is less than chunk min. No, it should be greater. I'm capping this inside. If bounding max, if the chunk's actual bounds, like bounding insecure should be actual bounds. Like, yeah, actual bounds. If our max is less than this, then make it. Alright. Made it higher, made it lower. Don't see exactly where it's lower. Probably touching entities influence it. Right, so that's imperfect. It's looking at the touching entities and it's checking them for the highest. Again, still need to make that collision system robust. But if I fly upwards, it should go away. Yeah. Alright, so that's slightly tighter. So now I can maybe even look up and like get rid of them. Like looking down. Well, looking up already worked, but now it's a much tighter region vertically. Alright, that's good. Note, we're considering tiles that are touching the extents of the bounding boxes of tiles that are touching the chunk, but their extents aren't inside of the chunk. So we're growing a bit unnecessarily. Alright, that's not too big of an issue. Unlikely to be a big issue, but it's imperfect and causes yeah, and causes like an 0.1% performance decrease in some cases. I really don't care too much about that. I might just get rid of this. Anyway. Was that one of these? Calculate visual chunk bounding box, easy. Nearly noon. This is a really productive session. I had the perfect to-do list to work through. Alright, shrink-wrapped chunk bounding boxes. There we go. I'm probably not going to do this one. I might. I know what I need to do. It's just I might not do this one. I'm gonna do this one, and then we'll see. Update chunk touching model bounding box. The thing is, this one just requires me to do a bunch of GL calls, and I hate doing GL calls. Yeah. Maybe I ought to go through that resistance. Basically, it's building a stream draw instance buffer for all the tiles and doing those as an instance to render tile GPU model, like individual models being rendered instance-wise for each tile touching a chunk or inside of a chunk, I don't know. Probably inside. Update chunks touching model bounding box. Alright. Okay, so I probably want some... I'm already writing this code twice and it's gonna blow it out, so I'm probably gonna rewrite a bit of this. Already old chunk P is, like, before that we need to start doing this. Which is like, if it's a tile. Alright, it is a tile. We have the tile. We want the high detail model. So if I do the get definition stuff. This will give me the voxel GPU model. What is it called? Tile GPU data. Alright. Yeah, I guess makes sense. The tile usually has a voxel model, so it'd be voxel model GPU data anyway, which I might rename. Just considering that it took me resistance to see that. High detail bounding would be the high detail model.bounding box. Now I want to convert the min position of this to a chunk position and the max position to a chunk position, and then iterate between those chunk positions. In most cases it'll just be one chunk position, but some basic cases it'll be more. And then per those, I'll be doing stuff. And this is based on old and new position. So like, yeah. So it'll be here. Like old bounding. This high detail bounding. But its position will plus equals old B. Min position. So min chunk bounding would be world to chunk P of a box get min position. Old bounding. Where this is going is to iterate over all these and delete all the chunks that we're touching. I kind of want a utility function to just loop between chunk positions. So this will be I don't think I need rebuild new. Just considering that I have was marked for rebuild. I can just do that logic. Why do I use new chunk P there? New P dereference as if we're changing it. Not necessary. Alright. I guess I wanted to avoid that work, but it's not work worth avoiding. So iterating through the chunk boundings. I just put all this code in here. Right. And for now, until I devise a system, I'm just going to copy paste. And these will be new. Don't need new chunk P. Most cases, new chunk will cases it won't exist. I guess. In the editor. It'll actually be a little bit rare, but it will happen. Like, maybe 5% of the time as you're building new buildings high, you'll find a chunk that wasn't built. A lot of the time you'll build within chunks. Okay. I keep doing the double commits. Oh, what does this look like? Before gain rave chunk fog, before gain rave chunk fog. It'll happen every single time. Oh. Oh, it's obvious to see what happened when it's double. Just accident. A little bit yucky, but I don't think you can rebase. Just need to pass game definitions here. Don't have game definitions. It's necessary now. It is necessary. It could be global or it could be passed in through the function as normal. It makes sense. This has a dependency on game definitions because we need to know the model in order to know what chunks were changed in order to submit new chunks. It's necessary. So that's a new argument. Bit of recompiling. So anywhere that says that, I'm just gonna pass in game definitions and hope I have it. Why do I have this? It's a pointer. Alright. Level editor 1302. This one didn't match the search and replace. This one doesn't have game definitions. So it makes sense that we need game definitions here. Because you follow the trail and you find delete an entity causes chunks to update, you need the model, which is in the game definitions. It's kind of interesting to think of it like that. So any delete entity calls become a delete entity game definitions. Defer delete entity. Oh, defer delete entity doesn't want that. That should have been a whole word replace, I guess, but sometimes that doesn't work. Save load line 274. Do you not have game definitions? Looks like you do. 295, you want this here too. Alright, perform deferred deletions wants that. This is interesting. You're gonna have like 1,000 entities get deleted, and they're all just gonna... that would work. Two and 4, 4. So the systems before didn't even need game definitions because they didn't work that way. Now delete an item deletes the manifestation, which is like the physical. Like you see I have a shield and a sword. Those are manifestations. This is an item. attached to an entity. It's called a manifested item or something. Or something. Acetylene that requires that, which is not all cases, but it's some. You should generally have the game definitions anyway. What did that say? Yeah, 2042. Game 5618. Doesn't have it. Ooh. Case sensitive. Game 437. Old bounding. Min-chunk bounding. Which is a chunk B. Alright. Delete that. That's old code. That's new chunk B. Built. Alright. Now placing on a chunk boundary should work. It did. Yeah, it's building both of them. That's awesome. It's really cool. Very, very cool. Okay. So do we want a different shrink wrapped bounding box for low LOD rendering, which will overflow the chunk and whatnot. Yeah, it's kinda different per LOD mode then. Render it seems. Currently, it's based on the high detail models. Alright. Chunk outlines, I want the regular ones, not the shrink wrapped. Alright, so if I load Fort Barbary, there were some issues earlier. We saw on the hill there was like a... Yeah, here it was. But this time it knew. Because I made the code better. Nice. This is building currently. Oh, that's so cool. It's working. Alright, that's another to-do list item. I'll just copy that and put that in the commit message. Very nice. All right. Stream drawing unfinished chunks. Okay. So if it's not built, I mean it's in a thread. if chunk.build, then assert tile GPU data, right? No. Alright. This is our fast and efficient render. Inefficient render for unbuilt chunks. Alright. So I used to have this rendering code actually, and I deleted it, but I'm sure I could just rewrite it and that would technically be good, but let's see. Chunk building without Z fighting. I want to go before the vertex reduction. Low LOD rendering. Generate textures from ortho views, that was the low LOD stuff. Over allocating chunks. No. Interesting. Alright. It's a good thing I didn't spend a ton of time on the voxel simplification algorithm, because it turns out I'm not even doing that. The decision against it was kind of because I didn't know how it would look, and also because I didn't know if it would even save time to work on an efficient algorithm instead of doing it manually. Because I might just need to render each voxel model once. Plus artistic control, I guess. I don't know. Or actually, that's not a real plus, because I could pre-bake it and then modify it manually, but it's not an issue. Regenerate chunks unload. Alright, probably revision 17. I think it's show. I want to show source/render. Look. Help. View. Info lists. Oh boy. I want to look at the file. Help. I might use a client if I must. Is it cat? Status? Diff? No. SVM cat. Output contents of specified files. Alright, let's hope it doesn't delete it. Can I cat it to a file like old render.txt? And then explore. There we go. Alright. $1,000, $2,000. This is older code. Huh, the batch building is still separate. Alright. Looks easy. Okay. I'll take this code. And now, inefficient rendering. Now I want to cat the game that built the chunks. Tile GPU data, no. Tile batches. Generate chunk GPU batch, there we go. Alright, need the tiles. Oh, sounds good. Okay. Yeah. It's a bit of code. It's a little bit. So, we need to get the tiles. In region, get empties. Positioned in region. I don't really want position in region. Well, it should be the responsibility of the chunk that has it inside. But what if that chunk is built so it's not gonna... So I might just overdraw. That's okay. If they're both touching the region, they both draw. Yeah, that just seems like what'll happen with the way things are, unless I change how things are, which I can. Alright, I can use the shrink wrapped bounding box if I want. It'll be less, just slightly less. Alright. Alright, index is based on its C-type tile. I wonder how much of this will just work together. Index is based on entity. Looks like I deleted it. Interesting. This code is mine and nobody else's anymore. Oh, kept case sensitive. Alright. Where's the result? Chunk. Chunk.tile batches. What is chunk.tile batches? It's a fixed array of that. Right. I need all these types. Mostly I need tile batches, which is that. This only has medium and high. I'm probably gonna get rid of medium. Reduce complexity a ton. Instance count, VAO. Sounds good. Regenerate chunks, this is the deletion. Right. It won't be chunk.tile batches, it'll just be tile batches. There, it'll get deleted. I don't know what that's about. We could set attribute pointers. We could detect when level of detail changes. Oh, okay. It was talking about lofting that outside of the loop. Haven't modeled all the tiles yet, that's okay. If you're low detail, model alright, it'll be like this. If lot is either that or that, or a third false. If it's that or that, if it's low, then to do stream draw low mod. Alright. A fixed array stack allocates that. Tries to push. Alright, fixed array push empty. Batch low detail. Batch doesn't have a low detail, not right now. If LOD equals no, just not at all. Unknown LOD. Just don't know what LOD is. Kinda wanna pre-compute this. Alright. So that computation's being moved out here. Now, to do is to do log calculation and frustum culling if there are entities inside, and valid or valid for rendering, because stream draw rendering right. If lot is equal to not, no draw. To be fair, both paths want that. And we don't really need this, because if we can frustum call it out, then that's better to frustum call than to do a bunch of intersection tests for finding if there are 0 entities in a region. So I think it's better. If lot is not no draw is the solution. If lot is not no draw. If valid for rendering, otherwise this. And then we'll close it up like a muffin or something. Alright, looks good. Lots of information. That's because of... If you saw when I was scrolling earlier, there was a commit called uFool, and it was because of this. This is not a unit pointer, this is a U32. Which might already be the correct value. Yeah, it's a U32, so I don't need to cast. I'd rather change that later and have the lack of a cast tell me there's an error. Oh boy. There's the stream dog. Oh, likely it's not parameterizing the shader correctly, because the shader's changed. What shader is even using? Voxel model instance, is that a real shader? Voxel model instance shader, there we go. Alright. Looks good. Looks like there's some new parameters that came since then. So it should be drawing that, but it's not. And false. We just force it to that path. So now there should be clipping issues, or maybe it should be rare, but still possible. Yeah, now it's not pre-processing. This should be really fast. Yep, very responsive. Am I checking if junk? This is a bit odd that the chunks need to load at all. That should be built. That's not loading, that's frustum calling poorly. Or something. It's like doing that fog calling I did. Oh, I know why. It is the fog, it's the shrink wrapped. Is entirely in fog. Chunk distance. Oh no, that's not an issue. If I delete that, if I set that to false. Alright. Center goes into fog. Yeah, that's not it. Checking if I can make this work by disabling systems. It's like it's waiting for them. You know why? I don't. I was about to say maybe the shrink wrap value box, but I just disabled that. What is this txt? I'm gonna delete that. It's some SVN thing. Look, as the chunks build, it's not doing it. But then there's even a dumb thing here. Oh, which is straight up just not doing it. It's doing the outline box. It's doing that. If I just set LOD always to high. Oh, it must be doing like a medium LOD. Yeah, now it's still requiring them to build. Even though it's not using that. Just so weird. Dang. I want to pretend this code doesn't exist at all. Shrink wrapped, not used anywhere. It's used somewhere. Oh, so maybe that's an issue, because it just doesn't have a bounding box. Alright, chunk distance doesn't have that. It'll do that computation before. Now it's immediate. It's not waiting for the bounding box. I think. Shrink wrap. Where's the get entities? So that means the bounding box is invalid for a bit? Then it works for good. So yeah, the bounding box is invalid for a bit. Well, it's... Oh. Well, the chunks are busy. Well, the threads are busy. It doesn't make the bounding box. Well, that should just be immediate, shouldn't it? I'm gonna do that beforehand, just every time. Or maybe... It doesn't need to do it every time. It might lag. Would it lag? It's only for the rebuilding chunks. It'll be per frame. It'll burn some cycles because... Unless I like make a Boolean, that's complexity, but really complexity potentially. If I make a Boolean that's like did, like am signaling to rebuild, but already rebuilt. Already rebuilt the bounding box. Yeah. It's useless if I don't. To get rid of extra padding. Get seized by visual hitbox in region. And function unique Yeah, recomputing the shrink wrap, that's what it is. I'm just gonna copy paste this. Right, tiles, extra padding. But not submit work. Don't say chunk is built. Or you can say chunk build is true. You don't need a chosen builder. Then you can delete all of this. Delete all this. If you have a chosen builder, then free all submit the work. Alright, so now tile count is not 0 if chosen builder. That's how that works out. Sounds good. Get or create. I want to comment. Note the chunk system is based upon the fact that creating a chunk in its .build being false. Therefore rebuilding is just deleting a chunk. And yeah. Currently. Alright, so it should be immediate. Should be blazing fast. Wow, wow, wow. Alright. And draw all stream draw render. Is it marked as stream? Like when we put this data, it's static, so that should be stream. That should be all. I haven't looked at this code at all, I just figure it worked before. I'm gonna have to look at it sometime, probably for a reason. Yeah, that's cool, and these are, when I instance draw these, I usually give them like a depth bias so that Z fighting is minimized. Sometimes it doesn't work, they get the same value, such as right here. Literally the one I picked is the same value, so you get Z fighting. But it's rare, and this isn't going to happen often, but I do have a to-do. Very nice. That is working quite well. And I'll shoehorn in low LOD rendering again, or hopefully it's not too shoehorned. I want it to be a good system. Oh, did you see that? Yeah, you can see it like, it changes because it's changing. Like you'll see the colors changed. Because like the coordinate system of these guys is different. In fact, I can make a to-do for that. To-do coordinate system. So now I want to get rid of that dumb fog transition. It's just completely unnecessary now. It works and it looks like something indeed. But like, what if it just wasn't there and you had the game in front of you? There was nothing. I guess I don't want fog to be in the level anymore. Level that fog. Don't need lerping. That's just fog start and fog end. Fog render distance is just render distance. Right. Oh, also, that reminded me, there's just some random branch somewhere that doesn't need to exist. This is much faster on my integrated graphics laptop. I'm not sure about that because it's like the laptop really varies. For sometimes it draws at 60 FPS just fine. Other times I guess Windows takes over and makes it go to like 10 FPS just randomly. I can't imagine. Like, I just want to get this out of here. Get rid of that branch. So that's the fragment shader, the voxel model. Right. Looking good. Now what if I set my render distance to being really high? Oops. Oh. Well, that's the inefficient render kicking in, I guess. Huh. Give it some time. Oops. Come on, profile in. So that probably means there are a lot of profiling events being submitted. Oops. I just want to see what event is clogging the system. Eventually it shouldn't be like that. I think I have a 2 for that. Do last events. Yeah, make this temporally based. Name. Alright. Oops. Draw chunk outlines will slow us down, definitely. Would just like to see exactly what event. I should make the system so it just says, hey, this thing's taking a while. Definitely would be good. Come on. Ooh, there we go. It's logging? Well, of course it's logging. And then it's an unnamed event. That's bad. If I do that every time I log, it's gonna be yuck. Okay, so if I go over to draw all entities, I can make this a little bit more sane. Is render settings not used at all? Did I delete it? Render distance. There it is. Dot potato. Oh, otherwise. Dot epic. Alright, that's workable. So, add to dev console event. Add to dev console. I think I added that because I figured it would slow things down because I did a really dumb thing for it. I'm gonna enjoy getting comfortable after this. Feels warm. Probably because I'm spinning like 10 threads right now. Okay, get entities in region. There's a lot of them and it's taking a while. That's probably lagging us. Alright. Get entities in region. Oh. Where is this done? If that's done per chunk, that's bad. No, it's only for unbuilt. If 0, do nothing. Alright, and if I didn't get in region, now that is slow. Yeah, this function needs a rewrite. Just gonna check that I don't waste a ton of time on empty regions faster. Why is it slow on empty regions? I don't know. Well, it's technically got 4,000 calls to that function, which I did not prepare for. But it does a lot less otherwise. You know what it should do? Nah. That's weird. They are idle. They're not building. Even though my render distance definitely supports that. Alright. So chunk built and no tile GPU data, we're good. That means nothing to draw. There. Otherwise, if it's not built, that's all I want it to else on. Valid for rendering. Can inline there, delete it. Alright, still calling the function a ton. There exists a case where it's not built and the bounding box is 0. Probably has to do with this, minus render distance. The fog works correctly. This system's weird. Gonna loft that out. Right. And that looks like it's how it should be. Don't want that else, don't want tiles count. Comparison. Alright, that's duplicated. That is duplicated. Okay, so what is happening? A bunch of logging is happening. So we want to see exactly where the log is going. 3727 game. So like a lot of entity region calls are happening. I don't know why. A lot of chunks get built immediately. These ones don't. Any one that's not built triggers get entities in region. And that happens until they're all built. So if I wait a while, I actually have to wait a long time with this render distance. That should stop at some point. It didn't stop. Threads are idle. I want to know what's calling that. Alright, color information. Render 9117. What? No. 1927. That one is happening a lot, which is weird. It should stop after a bit. Constant. 1927, 1927, 1927. The threads are completely idle. Oh, these should be snapped to voxel positions, by the way. Work is invalidated, which is a bit weird. I'll think about that later. Just curious why this is getting called so much. Tile count is not 0. Oh, which it's not. It did get called. And if it was 0, then it was true, which would make it not work the next time. Tile count is not 0. Go straight to here, builds the box. Whatever efficiencies we gain from building this on demand, not worth it, because we have to call get entity for every frame that a chunk is building, and for some reason a chunk is shouldn't need to if chunk. Right, so I'm gonna reorganize this. Do I want this at all? I'll consider. I might not. If I'm not being built, find thread to put work in, submit work. Can do this beforehand. Can even do this only if a builder is found. It only really matters when the guy is done anyway. And this way we only call the function once instead of once per frame. I don't know if this is even useful anymore because of that. Well, if a chunk is marked to build, or if it is not built, that should also have a not bounding box built variable. Then when the chunk is built, and when the chunk is unbuilt and rebuilt, it'll do that again. Alright, chunk GPU. Ambient built, and bounding box built. Okay. And because these get recreated in order to rebuild them, that's fine. That is all the code. Now it should only need to get tiles. It's gonna use the tiles for a lot of reasons. That's why I put it there, is because it was convenient. Bounding box built, or chosen builder. Alright, need tiles. Will be or chosen builder is not null. If need tiles, then it'll do the work. And tiles is equal to that. Alright, avoid duplicates. Yep, we've got all that good stuff. Shouldn't need extra padding, but it's temporary. If tiles count is no longer a check. We need not wait for a chosen builder. If need tiles, tiles to count equals 0. Then we give it nothing. Otherwise we go through these checks. If we needed tiles, which is like we got tiles, tiles count 0. Otherwise, then we do these things that depend on tiles actually existing. Chosen builder, when it's needed immediately. For need tiles. Oh yeah, also we're not using the shrink wrapped box. Oh wait, wasn't the whole point of this to do that though? So this is for regeneration. Okay. If I am not being built in thread already, then do it. I don't even want to find a builder if we're not doing this, so... There, and then we loop. Okay. Should be it. Okay. About it. Way faster. We'll have to see how this runs on the laptop. Render is still doing it way too much. Considering the threads are idle. It means it's not building, it's not waiting on anything. It is really not waiting on anything. It's just if chunk built, otherwise not. And this is current P, I think. Yeah, current P, and I want to draw it. How about it? That should work. Okay, it's getting rid of them. the far ones still aren't working. That's yucky. Looks like min is working, but max is not. So it's like max -1 vax in it. Min -1. Max +1. That looks okay. Is this only with the shrink wrapped? It wouldn't be. It's inside of this range that a chunk is not being built. Current P is chunk P. Oh, this is this dumb hack. Total nearby hack. Yeah, it's just very hacky. I'm just gonna need to change that entirely. Alright. Yeah. To do super yucky, actually causes bugs. Either causes bugs or it doesn't work. There we go. Okay. Get entities in region. Don't want a log. You can see how it's like uniform color and then it changes. That's because it's doing... Each tile has its own local model space and that's used in the model render. The chunk itself is one massive model, so its local space extends across tiles, so it gets more unique variation. Alright. Boop. Oh no. It's the weird thing about the not invalidating work after change. So if you're thinking about that's a quick thing. Hopefully quick. If you're thinking about changing one, if it was already marked for rebuild, then you want to invalidate the work that comes afterwards. So I want to say if old chunk and being built in thread, if that's the case, then I want to invalidate the work. Old chunk should invalidate work after finish because change happened. And rebuild equals true. That's a good name. I could remove the should. It'll be less wordy. Alright. Same thing for the new chunk. I'm just gonna remove the old prefix. And then I think I can copy and paste. Alright. So when that's true, and we collect work, the receiver here, let's say if, so the chunk is null, we just get rid of everything, alright? And then there's a disparity here between being told by the CPU to invalidate the work, or by the main thread to invalidate the work. This itself is the main thread, I don't know how to describe what I'm trying to think. Or if it's valuable at all. Alright, if chunk invalidate work, rebuild. And alright, we add it to that list. We could just say delete chunk. We can mark it for rebuild, do we want to? Well, like, we know so much about this, and that's all a mark for rebuild does, is it waits to know more about it. And then it just deletes it. Right? See, note. The only reason this works is because marking chunk for deletion allows it to check for whether it's busy in thread. Thread and its existence. We have that information from other ways. I mean, this just came off of a thread. Here. I want to document that because it's very specific. And the chunk P is completed work.chunk P. Rebuild cloud. Right. We don't need that assertion in the new position. It shouldn't assert. So now dragging across chunk boundaries should not annihilate us. It did. Right. That makes sense. Nice. Alright, that is pretty cool. Alright, and this is just saying like chunks marked for rebuild, deleting, making. When it says made chunk of, that should be a chunk level. Made chunk. Now, I want to turn up the render distance. Will you make me regret this choice? Okay, with a high level of detail, that's good. More likely. Any lag is to WGL swap buffers, right? No? Yeah, and season region takes quite a bit. Maybe submitting the draw calls, uploading all the data. It wouldn't make too much sense, but it would make some. Last frame. With the render queue taking so long. Alright, that's better. Alright, pause event collection. WGL swap buffers is like 0.3 milliseconds. So if I can get entities in region faster, which I really should someday, it'll be better. Also, it's getting faster with time because it's moving to the better algorithm. Like as they build, it's getting better. Yeah, and season region is constantly taking up time. In the game with profiling display. I want last events to be like 4096. There we go. Alright, and that's just because it's submitting a lot of these guys with immediate mode kind of draw calls. Each outline is like 8 boxes or something. Now that would probably make up like 10 milliseconds or something. But something else takes a while. Probably uploading to OpenGL. Stream draw. Yeah. I'm gonna zoom in a bit. It's just like a lot of work it's doing. Getting season region takes up the most. One of the stream draws really took a while. I guess just like maybe OpenGL made it hang. But yeah, getting season region is definitely slowing that. It's a big render distance. But that was what allows it to draw a really long distance. Immediately before it's efficient. So if I load Fort Barbary. Oh, we're deleting a chunk being built. That's gonna chunk builder thread probably wants to be cleared. Chunk.am built and thread already equals false. Alright, so now I want to say the builder thread. Do I just wait on them? Wait for them to come back? Probably. Considering they're gonna write their own finished state. So this function's gonna hang, that's gonna be really ugly. It should just like invalidate the work. Yeah. Oh, this is yucky. Work is invalidated. The chunk has it. We have like a chunk level invalidation, and now we have a thread level invalidation. Which is really weird. Well, like, we already supported, like, if chunk is null, and that was okay. So that should be okay. The thread will just come back and it'll find nothing. Note. Thread building this will chunk here, but if a chunk is created, things are okay. So then its work will be submitted in a chunk that probably wasn't supposed to have that work. So we'll just check that is true. Alright. This is yucky. The fact that we can delete and recreate, and then it's going to think it can start another thread. It should just be like chunk.invalid equals true. Chunk was deleted while working. Yeah, I'm going to have to simplify this. But for now, or thread. Right. Invalidated in thread with that. So work will do nothing. So it's out of the picture. Thread is out of the picture. Nice, alright. Chunk and being built is false. That's good. That'll just prevent the assertion because we've now managed to handle this. So now keep search and collect. This should be the chunk builder first. This isn't very elegant, I don't like this, but this is gonna have to do for now before I explore this more and simplify it. Just getting towards the system I want to have. Was deleted while working. They're all idle. There's no work. Yuck. Chunk and being built already is true. Looks good. It's going. It's not doing nearby, but it's going. Now if we load up from Barbary, the logging probably takes a while. Yeah, it's got a lot of things to render. Do I want to up the thread count? What is it at? It's at 4, I think. Let me just load forward library. The logging is what's stalling the program, I think, there. And then it looks like something else. Alright, so yeah, I definitely want to make this a lot better. One thing is I can even try to cache it. It's like when you're doing the inefficient render, it stores which entities it found in the region until the chunk until the chunk is built. That's yucky for one reason, and that's like kind of the whole reason this exists, is so we can drag things smoothly in the editor. And I would rather not slow that down. Yeah, so it takes forever to do entities in region, which is alright at 1 millisecond. I wonder if that could be like more cache friendly or something. There's probably a lot of things that could be done. But anyway, it's mostly built. So now being built at 20 frames per second, not good. Still like 6 milliseconds for the voxel chunk render, so I'm not sure why that is. WGL swap buffers make sense. This would, far away stuff would become lower level of detail, and we wouldn't need like 200,000 vertices per chunk at long distances. Only the close ones where it's really important. Yeah. What really concerns me is that 6 milliseconds. The constant in that function is 7 milliseconds. I have no idea what work could be taking that long. So why not find out? Anyway, wait. Pre-render empty chunks inefficiently. Damn. So just one on the to-do list left. This is ending out pretty productive. There's a lot of work to do though. A lot of other work other than that to-do list. Alright. Alright, how about time block and receive from global chunk builders? And I just do this for each of the guys. Alright, so this will be loop chunks to render them. I don't know if I'll keep this forever, but for now it seems useful. I need a break. It's not hard to work for me right now, but I need like emotional support. Alright, so that gives a few overview things. Loop chunks to render them. It makes sense that it would do that before it's finished building. How about 16 thread? So some of these will be like, Windows will have to make them virtual or something, so it'll be inefficient. But it's using as much as it can, is all I need. Alright. Now in this state it was like 20 milliseconds before, but now the render is faster because it's not drawing as much. But there's an issue that the function itself still takes a while. Oops. I think I just hit a key on my keyboard. Just continue. What does that say? Loop chunks to submit unbuilt ones to builder threads. Oh, by the way, it's using 100% CPU right now because I did not make the thread sleep. I'll turn that back down to like 8 or 6. Right. Loop chunks and submitting unbuilt ones. Oh boy. So it's looping a lot of times no matter what. 8 render distance. Yeah, it does get or create. So I guess that could be like some issues with the, like, because this uses linked lists and a hash table, it could maybe cause, could slow down because of the cache. Get chunk if exists. Render distance equals 8. How about 5? So this should just do all the chunks. Yeah. For now, I'm not gonna worry about all this weird, yucky stuff. To only regenerate close chunks. There's no more picking scheme. Present builder. It gets the bounding box in the center. So it's just having to do a lot of stuff. Log building bounding box. At current B. Submitting. So maybe it's just getting the chunk from the hash table and all those lookups that makes it take so long, because it has to do a lot of them, I guess. That would make sense. I bet I could make a more efficient hash table. It kind of keeps things together a bit more. 0.2 milliseconds, not bad. 1.2, kind of bad. What do you have to do when you loop chunks to render them? You get if it exists, alright? It should exist. Oh wait, I should probably... So you generally want to do this on performance builds because it doesn't matter to... Well, it does matter, but... Like, what's a real issue versus one that's just because of unoptimized code? This reminds me of the old Industrial Craft Minecraft mod pack. Or mod pack, no, from the Feed Beast mod packs, Industrial Craft. Or it might have been Industrial Craft, the mod with the quarries. Something about the way those dots came out. Right, anyway. 1 millisecond of loop chunks, that's quite a while. Oh, we don't need to do that. We can do all this like collision testing stuff. Frustum culling. I set LOD to high, forcibly. And there's like some uploads here, but I don't think that's a bottleneck. I think they have bindless graphics if that's an issue, but I don't think that was a bottleneck last time I checked. Tiny Z offset for Z fighting. May no longer be an issue, it's not an issue. Like, we no longer need this. These chunks don't overlap. There you go. It looks good. LLVM takes forever. That's clearly an issue. This shouldn't work. It's shrink wrapped. I wouldn't see it causing an issue. What, so it's entirely useless? What? It just doesn't work. Well, what if we say view pyramid works, but fog doesn't work? Because it seems like fog is the thing. Does it still broken? Yeah, it does still broken. Alright. It's so weird to use LLVM. It's like I start compiling and then going back to the code. Distance per axis to edge. Seems reasonable. Chunk distance, which is the center. I want the flux distance. Like shrink wrapped flux distance. Which will be the shrink wrapped. $1 at PO, I think I need a break. Not because the work is hard. I think I just need to be mentally comfortable. Unfortunate. Oh well, life's tough sometimes. was just it building, but that was weird, really weird anyway. Like, it should be pre-rendering that. Should be giving us a good render. It's not like it's no draw there. Like, this should still work. If I F0 that, it should work. Boy. My brain needs to stop thinking about things. You'd think work would make you distracted, but it really just reminds you that you're doing something hard. That life is hard. There are ways to take it in a more enjoyable way, though. I'm just not doing that right now. Oh, bugs. Kind of, yeah. It's not drawing those. For some reason, it's not drawing these. In the stream draw section. The shrink wrapped bounding box. Alright. It's making chunks right now. It should just be drawing these. It's so weird. Oh. Maybe it's this. It shouldn't break or anything. It should go through all of them no matter what then. That's okay. Chunk.boundingbox underscore built. They should all be built beforehand, so let me assert that. If it's not built, then there's an issue. We also need to get off of LVM ASAP. Alright, bounding box built is false. That is bad. You see it coming by. It's drawing on most of them. It's just those far ones. What's up with those? What is up with those? What is up, dog? Huh. Tiles, it gets tiles, that's alright. Shrink wrap bounding box. There should be enough of an apron. It's just always true. Chunk min -1. Yeah. Even like -5 if you want. They should just always be true. It's not. Oh, what if I set LOD to high? Works immediately? Okay, that was the issue. LOD is like no draw or something. This is genuinely fun. I wish I could enjoy myself more in the moment. Like, I'm in a good headspace to do work right now. And I enjoy doing this, like in the moment, I'm having fun. I just wish my head was with me, you know? Like, I wish it wasn't somewhere else. I'm just currently not the person that I want to be. That I can get lost in the moment. Right, if is not visible, or is entirely in fog, is true. It's just not true. Oh, high distance. Yeah, we don't have low LOD rendering. We straight up don't. So currently, got to do till low LOD rendering. Guess always high. Will lag a ton. Maybe would rather build with high. High is, and assume low won't add a ton. But it's also really yucky as is. Yeah, we'll do it. I'm gonna do it in a specific way though. I already decided how I'm gonna do this. This is an if 0. Because both of them are gonna use it, and I'm just gonna change high so it's high enough for now, and I can change it later. Like 2S 100. That was me narrating my Vim keys. Vim Diesel. My caps lock key, which is actually control. It's actually a Vim key cap, just for fun. Yeah, alright, and then we can load for a barbary. Does it work? Let me disable the logging, because that's a lot of stuff. And it might be stalling my program. Right. Compile out the logging. If I load for a barbary. Building bounding box. Debug log.chunk true crappy. Submitting thread. Chunk to thread. Yeah. I do have a lot of good memories in my life. And childlike joy. So I guess I ought to focus on that instead of other things. That takes a while now, but kind of works. Oh, what is taking a while there? Deleting the threads probably, or deleting the chunks. It's just iterating over a ton of them. Need it? I don't know. You can tell it's not built yet because of these. Oh, it's coming. There we go. Now it's built there. Alright. Stream draw still takes a while. It's doing less, and now we're up to 60 FPS at 1920 by 1080 resolution. How about 4K? 60 FPS, basically, except for like we're like just barely hitting it, and it's unstable. And that is without low LOD rendering at all. But it is a short render distance as well. Now it's doing a bit of stream draw. Alright, and does this let me place things, drag them around? Please no bugs. I really want this to not be buggy. And that's okay. If this was a gameplay artifact, then I would try to fix this. Oh, I could actually expand a little apron around this actually, and it will work. And that's really fast. Right, stream draw chunk. A regular draw chunk. Or draw pre-built, pre-baked. So basically the bounding box, I want to like a box grow by padding. Render tiles outside. Chunk padding. Really? Yeah. Okay, to do. Alright, I'm gonna enjoy making this a to-do and it'll be easy probably. Which is get entities. There we go. This to-do is duplicated. Render that chai. There we go. Alright, about roughly. Extra padding. Oop. From center. I like this song. Alright, so now if I go to Fort Barbary, I already had a test case. Again, that's likely chunk delete. I'm gonna write down a to-do for that. I'm curious if I can make that faster. It should just be instant, shouldn't it? I don't know. And the stream draw is especially slow. It's like, it's literally doing like double or triple the amount of vertices right now. Because the whole point of pre-baking chunks is that I fall down a lot of vertices. You know? Like the whole point is going from 500,000 to like deleting all the in-betweens. Like when I go inside of here, there's a ton of in-betweens. But waiting for the level to be built, here, there's like barely any. It's just on chunk boundaries, which is to be expected with the way I chose to do it. And in fact, this is likely built now. Yeah, now it's not. Like you can see it's getting rid of a lot of inner vertices. Oh, that's weird. Look at that, I can see the inside of that. I shouldn't be able to. Oh, it's on a chunk boundary. There we go. That's obvious then. Yeah, I kind of wanted the chunks to be independent of each other. So yeah, that's pretty cool. It's actually really, really cool. Super awesome. I think these are forced to be on voxel boundaries. Alright, so to-dos. October 2nd. What did I literally just see? Dragging tiles. Set the position. In editor via that. I did not snap to voxel coordinates. This causes a disparity between hitbox and visual tile. When the chunk is built. Right. I really need to listen to music more. Wow. It has been a long time since I've let myself enjoy myself in that way. Alright. So, that was clearly a thing. Next loading level causes some lag. Likely that's due to undo. Undo actually works very well. I want to wait for this to not lag and then I want to see it lag. That makes sense. If I go like this, maybe a frustum calls all of them. No? Great. Awesome. I like this display. I can make a better one, but yeah. Place. Undo. Yep, massive lag. Deletes all the chunks and rebuild them. Causes massive initial lag spike. Lane level and undoing causes massive initial lag spike. Low LOD doesn't exist. Medium LOD doesn't exist. I think we want to get rid of it for good. Alright. I'll get that. Alright, what was this? Lock threads until work is to be done. Sounds good, I'll move that up. Threads. Don't require it, yep. This is its own section. That's good, we fixed that. Level undo redo is broken, no longer. Loading file is broken. Thread has pointers, entities, and valid at work. I will simplify just naturally. Alright, cool. Cover up level of detail transition. I might not use it in a place where it needs to be covered up. It might be far away enough. Profile the collision. No, I don't think the collision's actually causing any problems. Might not need to do any work there. Need some model tiles outside. Yep. Disable. Window doesn't revert to previous size after. Yep. That's nice. Hopefully it won't be lagging in future. I don't want it to. I don't want stream lag us so much. It'd be due to get entities in region. The get entities in region would be overhauled, like, completely. And look back into the spatial partitioning. Alright. That's a fanciful idea. Geometry shader level voxel bump maps. Yeah. I don't think tessellation would work because tessellation is not designed for like voxely bumps. It's designed for subdividing like it doesn't let me subdivide into like voxels like that, I think. Like I want. Yeah, these are X's, but they shouldn't be X's. You know? I think they are more... Like, I want to extrude these, you know? I want to extrude them up into voxels. And if I can't do that, then it's not going to work. So I need, like, 4 times the amount. So maybe that's... Maybe you can do that in Vulkan or something more powerful. Where you can kind of control the pipeline, but I don't know how much you can control the pipeline in Vulkan. No idea. Alright. What was my... stream drawing? If I put a smiley face here, like, I feel like I did a lot of work. Stream drawing chunks. And clean up. There we go. Alright. Actually, I didn't check what I had. Some to-dos, a lot of the code that I just added. Oh, I zeroed that out. That was why the frustum calling didn't work. Alright, shy build. So if I go under 30 FPS, if I go above like 50, because there's some like CPU work that we're doing that's not good. But like far camera will work. Oh, it doesn't work. That's the drawing that I enabled. I didn't enable. I enabled drawing the frustum. Or it's actually a pyramid, technically, what I have. Because I didn't really care to have 4 more points that would make separating axis theorem take longer. For every chunk comparison. Lot is always high. Alright, now far camera. There we go. And actually it's even faster to render now before they get built. Oh, look at that. Let's do that again. You can see it's like drawing the outlines of these. Or like the exterior, like has some padding. It gets rid of that because it's now doing it in chunk space instead of doing the. Oh, that's really cool. Because it's drawing the individual tiles when it's doing stream draw, but now as chunk, it's just doing one big model. Alright, that's awesome. Alrighty. Good that I looked at that diff. How about it? Alright, and in a week I'll probably be even better at noticing just how bad of a system this is, and I'll be able to delete a lot of code. Because like, that's when you start forgetting things. It starts feeling like hieroglyphics. And you can kind of think like, it should work like the way it does in my head, just intuitively. Assuming the way it does in your head is good. If it is good, that's probably... It's like if you think in a systems kind of way, you start thinking like, you just work with it as if you wrote it like that. And then if it doesn't work like that, it's like, okay, there's an issue here. Either I'm the issue or this code is the issue. Probably as I get better at programming, it'll be more often the code is the issue. But maybe that'll be a mistake to think that, because I should always be aware of my own shortcomings. Very nice. Alright. SVN commit re-enabled some ifs for base functionality. Again, I could check the revision. What did I do? Just pound it. Alright, sounds amazing. Oh, draw frustum. Yeah, I should have done that. Disabled in. Disabled drawing frustum. Alright. Looks awesome. Really, really cool. Yeah, that's just really cool. It's everything I want. And these will resubmit and rebuild later. Yeah, that was a ton of work done. And that's the to-do document. I can get rid of that. Oh, he's built. There we go. It's really fun. Nice. Very awesome. Alright. So that's all for today. To-do lists. Mostly done except for one item.